Hola. ¿Cómo están? Muy buenos días. Gracias por estar acá. Espero que hayan descansado.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us. I hope you had a good night rest. Um, this morning, we are going to have a special session for FTC and for the entire members team. This is a process that we call fiscal monitor. This is a process that we started during the pandemic. We understood that the idea that there are no resources to provide responses was not entirely true. At that time, one of the most relevant conclusions we reached was that the problem was the way those resources were being allocated, because they would end up in the hands of large corporations through loans, through different facilities, and support programs. So we concluded that exercise and we asked ourselves, what if there is even more that we can do? Perhaps we can do a similar exercise with other aspects of spending that are not so specific or directly related to providing responses to the pandemic. So we talked about something that in practice is not being fully implemented, but it is being discussed a lot in theory. And this has to do with all the aspects related to care in our economy. So this version of our fiscal monitor tries to connect the needs, the structures, dynamics around care provision in 16 countries throughout the regions in the global south. And there is an attempt to link that to financing possibilities, where we look at tax non-compliance and some other gaps that let our resources end up where they shouldn't end. In Latin America, around 6.7%, according to official statistics, um, is related to tax evasion. In Argentina, 6.25% is the budget for health. So that is what the government spends in healthcare in the country, 6% of the GDP. The same applies to education with 6.7%. That means 1.5 times what a country like Argentina spends on education. So once again, this is not an insignificant figure. So we wanted to establish this connection between the theory and the needs, the demands, and the potential for strengthening the care sector. So we have several panelists and commentators for this session. This exercise has involved different organizations that are part of the FTC. In Latin America, we have 6 countries. Unfortunately, it was difficult for us to have representation from Africa for this panel, but for the other regions, we are going to have at least an overview of what is happening there. So this is like the pre-launch of the process. We will give you more updated information later this month or at the beginning of next month. So we invite you to follow up on this. So without further ado, let me welcome Sara Faruqi, who is joining us remotely, Sanchari, who is also with her. They are going to tell us about the case of India. Eva Sacco from CES Foundation, she will join us here on stage. She's going to present the Argentine case. Maggie, who is joining us from the Philippines, she's going to tell us about the case in her country. Denise Velez will share with us the Mexican experience, and Luis Anasif and Maria Dolores Almeida are going to be here, the commentators. So let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Vamos a empezar.
All right, so we will start with the case of India. CBGA was the organization that led the process in India, and we have with us Sara Faruqi, who is a policy professional with broad experience in policy research and advocacy. She is currently Senior Policy Analyst at CBGA and leads the center's engagement with the FTC. She is working on areas within transparency, accountability, and cross-sectoral interlinkages. So welcome, Sara. Thank you for joining us despite the time difference. It is a pleasure for us to have you here.
Sara tiene una presentación.
Sara has a presentation, I think.
My screen, but I'll say next slide as we go to the next slide. Is that fine?
I think we will be presenting. You can share it. You can share it. Thanks, Sara.
Oh, I can share it. Just give me one.
We have it in the screen, though.
Sorry?
We have it in the screen already.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then I'll just start. So, hi everyone, and I'll start with just saying that this is just a very quick analysis of a very detailed report that we have worked on. And it looks at different aspects of India's care economy. And my colleague Sanchari, who's here with us, she has been one of the primary researchers on this particular case for the India study, and she'll be coming in later and giving in some of her inputs as well on this. So next slide. You can go to the points of discussion. So very quickly, I'll be discussing the care ecosystem, some of the prominent laws and schemes, provisions within care for different groups in India, some of the budgetary nuances that we have looked at, the implementational challenges as well. Next slide. So we come to the care ecosystem. So here what we have broadly looked at is 4 aspects that make up the care ecosystem in India. So the first is the care work, and that is direct care work as well as indirect. Direct is personal and relational care activities, whereas indirect is usually such as cooking, cleaning, doing work for a family, or not in specific to your particular relation. Then we come to care responsibilities. These are responsibilities carried out within the home. So activities such as cooking, cleaning, looking after children, and things of that nature. Responsibilities that are performed outside of the home in formal market-based environments. So these are our childcare providers, health workers, teachers and nurses, and so on. Then we come to care actors. Here we have the public and the private sector. So these include charitable organizations, and we have individuals and people within a community who care for each other. And then we come finally to the care economy, which includes people who are paid. They are employed in formal and informal sectors. So people like household help, domestic workers. And then we come to the unpaid, which again includes household activities such as cooking, cleaning, looking after family members, looking after children, elderly, and a lot of times these are categorized or bucketed under the labor of love. So it's understood as people who like doing that are doing it, but in reality it's unpaid work or unpaid activities that they're partaking. We come to the next slide. Yeah, so here I'll very quickly go over some of the. There have been a lot of efforts in the last couple of years to collect data. And here, what we see is that the National Sample Survey, the NSS in India, it gathered data across sectors and it covered a lot of rural and urban households. And here, the main objective was to measure the number of men and women who are participating in both paid as well as unpaid activities. And this survey became very important because it revealed that approximately 40% of Indian population is at some point or the other engaged in such labor. And when you go further and disaggregate it on the basis of gender, it shows that 27.6% of women are involved in unpaid caregiving activities, while only 14% of men are involved in the same. And further, 81% of women engage in unpaid domestic services for their household, while only 26% of the men do the same. We can go to the next slide. So, in this exercise, we have looked at some of the prominent laws, policies, and institutional mechanisms that exist and cover the care sector in India, the overall care sector, and kind of which target different populations that come within it, right? So, there's the Maternity Benefit Act, there is the National Policy for Persons with Disabilities, there is the policy for senior citizens, there's a national policy for children, there's the Minimum Wages Act, and these are enacted at the national level. And there are also multiple schemes and multiple policies that come in at the state level as well. And these address diverse care needs related to things such as maternal care, nutrition, disability, as well as workers and domestic workers and different people partaking in the care economy as employers, as employees. Next slide. We've identified also some of the state initiatives that are directed towards care, and these are some of the best practices that we came across. So, different states in India have undertaken different initiatives that directly address issues that come within the care ecosystem, right? So, for example, in Karnataka, there is a scheme that addresses the intersection of childcare and rural employment. In Kerala, which is another southern state in India, there is a scheme that provides financial assistance in particular to single mothers who care for dependents with disabilities. There's another scheme which is giving economic opportunities to poor women. In the state of, if we go up a little bit more north, in the state of Odisha, there is a scheme that targets maternal and infant health, and it offers conditional cash transfers. In Assam, which is more in the northeast part of the country, there are schemes that use direct transfers and support and give support to female headed households. So, outside of the policies and the laws at the national level, there are some of the states that have also adopted best practices that directly address the needs, the very varied needs in the care ecosystem. The next slide. There are also some of the other schemes that we looked at, and here we looked at it from the core and the enabler approach. So there are many schemes which remain at the core, and these address objectives of the care economy. So these are schemes that are directed very prominently towards issues within the care ecosystem. But then there are schemes which act as enabler, and these are broader schemes, but they benefit. These are schemes such as the Rural Employment Guarantee Act or the Health Mission or the Rural Livelihood Mission. While they don't target one particular beneficiary group, they target a broader group, and thus they kind of level and create a lot of equality within the space, which in turn percolates and benefits different people, different population groups that are within the care economy structure. So they enable different aspects of care. They are enabling employment, they're enabling childcare, they're enabling health services, and these are broader policies and schemes. There are also a few schemes that we identified which looked at reducing the drudgery of household work. And a lot of time, this kind of drudgery falls in specific to women, on women. So, for example, the Ujjwala scheme, it reduces health and safety risks associated with cooking using fossil fuels, and therefore it alleviates or reduces the care burden that comes with managing the illnesses that are linked to indoor air pollution. Similarly, there is a scheme that ensures tap water is connected to household, and this reduces the physical burden on women and elderly family members who are usually those going to collect water in certain rural areas of the country or in certain parts of the country. So it reduces the drudgery of household work. So there is an indirect impact again on the care economy. The next slide. So now very quickly what I'll do is we'll go into some of understanding provisions within care. So for example, there's support for women. We look at childcare, we look at elderly care services and care services for the differently abled. Yeah, next slide. So again, support for women, there is most of the schemes that we identified broadly were for the protection, empowerment, cash benefits, and employment benefits for women. So for example, Mission Shakti is a scheme for which aims at strengthening interventions. It has different interventions within it for women for their safety, security, empowerment, and within it there are two prongs. So the one prong Sambal looks at a certain group of schemes that percolate down. So these have helplines, these have police volunteers, these focus on education. There's also Samarthya, which goes into, that is another bucket of schemes which go into creche scheme, hostels for working women, and different bifurcations within it. Also, there are schemes that look at reducing maternal and neonatal mortality. They look at integrating cash assistance, providing cash transfers. And there are schemes that also help in providing livelihood to women in urban and rural parts of the country. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, then we come to childcare. So here again, it's childcare schemes mostly are facilitated through the government, NGOs, and private sectors, but the government is the principal provider, and it kind of integrates different care services related to nutrition, health, education, protection, and into the broader social sector allocations. So again, here what we see is schemes that look at that look at care and nutrition of children. There are schemes that look at childhood education. There are schemes that look at child protection services. Mission Shakti, for example, enhances empowerment and welfare services for women, and thus it also goes into different areas for children. There are schemes which look at healthcare and go into immunization programs for children, looking at polio immunization as well. And in our analysis, we've kind of gone into the bifurcations of budgetary allocation for each of these. The next slide. Yeah, then we come to the elderly care services. So this is a very important area that's coming in because you have there's a huge demographic shift towards aging population in the country now, and in response, the government has come up with a spate of initiatives. So these include, policy measures at various levels of government. And the objective here is again looking at economic, health, and social care needs. So you have the umbrella scheme for the elderly or senior citizen is the National Action Plan for Welfare of Senior Citizens. And again, there's a range of amenities to foster active aging. There's a range of within it, there's a lot of specifications that come in. Then you have integrated programs for senior citizens. There are skilling initiatives. And then most important are the pension schemes. So there are many pension schemes that also come into this ambit. There's the Indira Gandhi old age pension schemes, the Annapurna schemes, and all of these provide financial assistance, food security to this particular population group. Next slide.
Sarah, I'm sorry for interrupting. We have just a couple of minutes left.
Yeah. Coming to the next slide. Yeah. And then we look at the differently abled. And again, you have schemes that look at social security, health, and protection. So here you have schemes that offer financial assistance to the disabled, to the differently abled. You have financial aid, and you also have schemes that for below poverty line individuals who have severe and multiple disabilities, there is a scheme that gives a monthly pension. Again, here there are a lot of not problems, but I would say the challenges have been in its implementation and how it kind of percolates down and identifies this particular segment, but these schemes do exist. Next slide. And again, in our analysis, we've gone into more detail on each of these schemes and whether there's been an increase or decrease, but just some very quick observations that we've pulled out. So there are schemes for creche facilities, for example, and for working women's hostel, and these have received, we've noticed that these received a low budgetary priority. There has been a decrease in the number of women receiving maternity benefits under one of the main schemes, the Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana. There's limited coverage as well in another umbrella scheme that we saw, and there's been a slight budget cut. However, we've noticed that Sakshan, Anganwadi, and Poshan schemes related to, again, nutrition and so on, we've seen an increase in the interim budget. However, again, it's potentially inadequate. The midday scheme, again, the midday meal scheme shows that there's been a slight increase in the recent budget. Again, the allocation has declined. The National Social Assistance Program registered a marginal increase again, and it shows that there is a pattern of limited funding. So you see a very, again, when we put the entire analysis together, then you kind of see that there are certain areas of priorities and certain areas that have remained stagnated and have not received the kind of I wouldn't say response, but the kind of concern that is required, from a budgetary aspect. The next slide. Some of the implementational challenges that we highlighted were there's been a lack of disaggregated and reliable data around care. Again, while there are measures being taken to get data, none of this goes into the nature of the work, the type of work, and so on. So there is a need to advance the data collection and to find actual granular, disaggregated, and timely data that kind of reflects the changes and shifts in the care ecosystem. Also, there's a lot of socio-cultural norms and perception around care, and all of that varies across regions, right? And a lot of it is to do with gender, a lot of it is to do with the relation of the person within the family structure. And the burden of care work is almost always on women, and it's almost always not recognized. So there is a need to kind of push these socio-cultural norms and barriers and look at how to work around them as well. Also, any intervention within the care ecosystem requires it requires different actors coming in together, and there's often a lack of coordination among the different players here, the government, the private sector, the NGOs who are coming in. There's also a lack of intersectional and interlinked approach to the care economy, that it's not just women or children or food, all of it is interlinked together, and it forms it forms an ecosystem. Also, there's a lack of holistic view on financing for the care economy and understanding the benefits of freeing up time from unpaid care and domestic work, and a lot of it which is performed disproportionately by women. And finally, just investing in care would have significant labor market as well as other economic effects. Yeah, thank you. With that, I'll quickly end my presentation.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your presentation. I will just make a small change on the dynamic. Voy a poner una alarma a los 10 minutos.
I'm going to set off an alarm for 10 minutes for you to be aware that you have only 1 or 2 minutes to conclude. Let me be a bit specific on something. Sarah referred to the number of hours, the amount of work that the
Sorry, is
Yeah,
every
same here. Back here.
okay? Uh, was there any question? No. Bueno, lo que estaba diciendo.
Okay, what I was saying was in Latin America, the official figure shows that women devote approximately 30 hours per week more to care work than men. And this, in aggregate, amounts to a total of close to 9 million hours a week that the care system receives as being subsidized by women because of their life, against their chances of growth in work and education. This means a change in terms of women's building. So 9 million hours. So, and this is just one figure. Quite probably, it is not the complete picture. Anyway, let's continue with our panel. Give me a second. Our next panelist will be Eva. Eva is an economist and director of Fiscal Justice of Fundación CES. She's one of our co-hosts. So welcome, Eva, for being here. Thank you. Let me start by providing some context and thanking the authors. I was the coordinator of the work conducted for Argentina, Juan Pablo Costa and Lorena Coni Santos, who presented yesterday on beneficial owners, and who worked on the tax component of this work. Let me start by providing some context. What was the reason for this work, when it was conducted, why it is important for Argentina? Because unfortunately, some of the conclusions or findings should be updated today. Why? Because our government, our administration is dismantling all that is related to gender and the care systems. We didn't have much, and also the social security system in Argentina. This work was carried out late last year and early this year. In December, in Argentina, a new administration took office of ultra-liberal nature. And in its campaign, it promised, and it started putting it into practice very early on, was this clear positioning against the gender approach, the rights-based perspective, and dismantling of the social security system, which in Argentina at the national state level is mostly seen in the pension system. Argentina has an extensive coverage. Over 90% of people older than 65 are covered by the social security system, and a large portion of that pension system is covered by contributions from the national treasury and by the active employee contributions and the employer's contributions. So with the slowdown in economic activities and added to promises given in campaign, well, we've seen pensions falling down by approximately 20% since the government took office. with regards to the purchasing power. And it could be even more if we take into account the specific food basket of a pensioner. This has had an impact also in the education system, and all the activities that the national government provides. There is a reduction in the funding to a system that was not working properly for the start, and that's the case also with the healthcare system. Well, with this introduction, I will let you know that the CES Foundation, since 2021, we started working in the first phase of this work, which consisted of conducting a study on the post-COVID recovery, and which measures the state had taken to this end, and during the pandemic, how the system was kept, and the findings were similar to yours in the rest of Latin American countries. The main beneficiaries were the companies through the special grant. And this is also related to the complexities of this large country Argentina is, which is a federal country. The nation state has its prerogatives, which are overlapped or complemented with the subnational state prerogatives, which are prior to the composition of the national state, 24 jurisdiction, and the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, which is equivalent in category to a province. So the care system and the tax system has actually to be discussed not at a countrywide level, but at a province-specific level. So, as I was saying, the main taxes in Argentina are indirect taxes, mostly the VAT, and the gross income tax at the provincial level, which is basically a tax on economic transactions. The Argentine tax system is greatly regressive, and the income tax is levied almost 50% on the so-called fourth category, which are the registered workers with high salaries, but in a context of significant reduction of salaries, so they are not so high. Last year, the income tax on the fourth category, the workers, had been overturned by law, and 15 days ago, a couple of weeks ago approximately, this ultra-liberal government, which had also said, the president had said that before increasing taxes, I will cut my arm off. Well, he increased it nevertheless, also because of this pressure he received or the negotiations with the provinces, because considering that the provincial transfers had been interrupted, and with the economic slowdown, the provinces were severely underfinanced. On the other hand, the tax on personal property, which is already very low compared to the rest of the world, and quite okay with respect to the rest of Latin America, that was also reduced, and it was also reduced for the percentiles of the higher income. So the taxation or the taxes paid on property is actually very low. The tax levied on corporations and large enterprises is mostly the turnover tax. But again, there is a very high level of tax evasion and avoidance. So you may wonder, this is a pending subject. something to study, because this is something that cannot be changed, no matter the political sign. This government says, I'm not going to increase taxes because the working sectors, the lower income groups, did not benefit from any policy, precisely the other way around. And 50%, and this is a figure that we had to estimate, and I think it's very interesting. There are actually several findings. 50% of taxes on income in 2022, because 2023, with all these changes, shouldn't be taken into account, and this is what is going to happen now again. The collection is made through the fourth category, the workers. Companies are not paying taxes in Argentina. Actually, they were benefited with the post-COVID recovery and sustained during the lockdown, but they are not paying taxes in Argentina. And in terms of collection in Argentina, well, I cannot find a figure, and my memory can betray me. But anyway, let me give you the aggregate figures. I have just read it, and I have already forgotten it. These 500 households, there are 500 families who are the wealthiest of the world, with a net worth of $28 billion in all, and the 50,000 pesos of the higher income in Argentina, and this is an official figure, pay in all 2.7 billion. So you can see that the evasion and avoidance levels in Argentina from these high-income sectors is, I would say, obscene. And that is what we should go for when we think of a fair care system and its funding. Otherwise, we'll be always in the same situation. The same sectors who should get the benefits from a care system, from a social protection, public health, public education, are in the end the sectors that are funding the system. The worker class, the working class is always paying for it. And this is the lesson we should take out of what has been discussed for these 2 days and will continue discussing. And we are not trying to say, not only here, but in general, we're not going for taxing the richest and the extractivist sectors, those sectors that have the highest gains in Latin America. What we say is always the progressive tax, the tax on income, and the higher income sectors have to pay more. But in practice, what we eventually do is redistribution, but within the working sectors, which are actually the ones that can be levied. Well, that's it. I don't know what else to say. Well, there are so many data to talk about in Argentina. Again, the number of hours of women's care work. This is very similar to what we see in the other countries of Latin America. Well, let me invite you or ask you to read the report once it's ready. I cannot go beyond my time. It was my intention to provide an outlook of the situation in Argentina, and that's all. Thank you very much, Eva.
just some information about forecasts, just to bring some more elements here. In here in Latin America, I think that the official data is 20% for Mexico and up to 80% for Central America and the Caribbean in terms of evasion. So although there are low rates, that there are exceptions, tax evasion is quite high among corporations. So now let me welcome Maggie Katikbak. She's joining us from the Philippines. She's going to tell us about her study. She's part of APMDD. She works on research in this organization's team. She's a feminist researcher, an expert on gender who focuses on fiscal and gender justice. She also works on issues related to women in mining, in labor, and economic empowerment. She's studying her master's degree on women and development in the Philippines, and she's focused on institutional trauma from a gender perspective and trauma related stress. Thank you for joining us, Maggie.
Thank you, Clelia. Clelia. Can you see my presentation?
Give us a minute, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Yes, we are seeing it now.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Clelia, for introducing me. This evening I'll be talking about care work legislation in the Philippines, Pakistan, and Nepal. Because as APMDD, we sort of co-led the research in all three countries and not just in the Philippines. So I hope you can afford me some of the time to talk about these three countries. I promise I won't take too long. So I'll start with the Philippines as an introduction, and this is the main summary of this report. The summary is that in the Philippines, as one of the countries that sort of ranked in the top 20 in the global gender gap report in 2023, um, there seemed to be an enabling legal environment which provides support to care. On one hand, care workers or those who provide care, and those who are in need of care, such as children, senior citizens, and differently abled persons or differently abled people. Um, and I guess this is the disclaimer that I always share that's important. It's difficult to summarize the care economy within a singular report because care is an act, is an activity, and is the kind of work that should be present in all facets of life, uh, at the workplace, at home, in schools, in all religious gatherings, in all forms of gatherings, in all um, and actually, like I mentioned, in all facets of life. And so this report, and if I'm not mistaken, in the other 16 or 19 countries that are working on the People's Fiscal Monitor, we have tried as much as possible to create reports that can reflect how the care economy is being addressed or how it's being supported in each country. And in the Philippines, these are the three important points that we want to emphasize in APMDD. First is that despite the enabling legal environment, which should provide support to those in need of care and those who provide care, there still remains a severe lack of access to healthcare. Um, Healthcare is very expensive. It's concentrated in rich cities. Rural areas barely, if any, have access to public health, and in the instance that they do, there is severe lack of trust in the health system, especially in the public health system. And so a lot of people, especially in rural areas, opt not to take on these services. And second, more importantly, or equally important, is that unpaid care work remains to be unrecognized for the longest time and undervalued as well. And healthcare workers still migrate, and not only do they just migrate, they are encouraged throughout their entire medical career, from medical school to applying for their residencies, their fellowships, or any form of medical work, are encouraged by the government, by the schools, and even in on some level the private sector, to migrate, because to them, or rather to the government and to the schools, the remittances that our overseas Filipino workers bring seem to be more important than the fact that we do have a problem with healthcare access here in the Philippines. And so this is quite a long discussion, but I'll just skip through that to discuss now the laws, and the laws, are some of the laws. Not This is not an exhaustive list, that touch on the care economy for those who provide it and those who need are in need of it, and some of the realities that are in contrast with these laws, because as we know, the law is one thing, the implementation is a whole different thing. For maternity support, we do have quite a good law that provides 105 calendar days paid maternity leave in cases of live birth, and additional in cases of women who are solo parents. Um, we also provide, or rather, the law also provides paternity leave. Um, However, and as is the case in most countries, if I'm not mistaken, in any sort of social security fund or social security system, um, most of the people who benefit here are either, only one, those who are part of the formal economy, or second, those who have the means, who are not in the formal economy but have the means to pay regular social security, or who can pay regularly to the social security fund, which as is the case in most of our countries, is not or sort of does not allow for a large part of the working population. Our so that those are our laws on maternity and paternity support. We also have very good laws providing support for senior citizens, 20% discount for medicines, essential medical supplies, and other forms of recreation, restaurants, even food. Um, Discount on water and electricity bills. We have targeted social security allowance for retired professionals who work in the government in the formal sector. These are people who worked in the formal sector, who or in the government, who contributed to the social security system or the social security fund. And to those who were not able to contribute to the social security fund, there is a monthly stipend of 1,000 pesos. That's very roughly around 17 to $20 for elderly indigent citizens. And despite this, and as you would surmise, 17 to 20 $20 is not really or is severely lacking for the needs of an indigent citizen. Um, the social security allowance that senior citizens receive is not is also not as or does not contribute as much to the larger expenses of families. And you see it here because despite these laws and despite these provisions, nearly half of the 9 million elderly in the Philippines continue to work because they are in need of an income, but are still considered poor. So about 4.5 million senior citizens, despite having worked their entire lives, continue to work but are still considered poor. And of course, many also do not have that access to the medical support that is needed due to financial reasons. And this is despite the laws on the 20% discount on medicine, social security, and monthly stipend. Child support, there are tax deductions for child support. And there are also resource allocation to ensure the health and nutrition of a mother and her child. Despite this, Malnutrition in the Philippines continues to be a big problem. There have been some progress in reducing anemia, but there are limited improvements in infant health, with about 1/5 of infants being born with low weight, and about 30% of children affected by stunting, which is higher than the average in Asia of 21.8%. There's also support for persons with disabilities. Those, on one hand, those caring for differently abled persons, and of course for the differently abled persons as well. There are also tax deductions for public and private spaces that build their infrastructure to ensure that they are more accessible and more inclusive for differently abled people. And of course there's also a 20% discount, along with the VAT and stamp exemption for the price of medical, transportation, recreational, and other goods and services. Despite this, again, much like for our elderly citizens, medical services are not as accessible to differently abled people. Differently abled people are mostly self-employed or work in the informal economy, despite the tax deduction for private enterprises and corporations that should be more inclusive for differently abled people. Um, and so that those are the realities in the Philippines, and I'll move very quickly to Pakistan because I'm sure there I don't have much time anymore. In Pakistan, much like the Philippines, much like Nepal, work is highly informal. Majority of the workers in Pakistan work in the informal sector, and much like the Philippines, much like Nepal. Um, Informal workers do not have that access to social security funds and to the social security system. And because of the highly informal nature of work and the lack of social protection, care is mainly done by women at home. There are very few provisions of public goods and services that contribute to the well-being and care of individuals. And so, and I know this will be emphasized, and this was emphasized earlier, because of this lack of provision, it is always and mostly women who have to subsidize the lack of funds and the lack of provisions for these kinds of work, which is care work. No state level childcare institute that takes care of children from abusive families. And despite this very unjust reality, um, inequality persists to be a very big problem in Nepal, where the most powerful amounted to about 7% of the country's GDP. And this is a very important quote that I lifted from the report from our colleagues from Pakistan. The poorest and richest Pakistanis live in completely different countries with literacy level, health outcomes, and living standards that are poles apart. Here are some of the laws that touch on the care economy or in care work in Pakistan. There's the Benzair Support Program, which uh, provides a stipend or monthly allocation for families, indigent families, and of course that include um, direct transfer to women as well to support their economic needs. There's the SSP, which seeks to improve access of the poor population to good quality medical services through a micro health insurance scheme. And there's the Lady Health Workers Program, which aims to provide work for lady health workers in rural areas. So on one hand, they're providing work. On the other hand, they're making it seeks to rather make healthcare more accessible to people in rural areas, and it also aims to achieve universal childhood immunization coverage, protecting children from preventable diseases. There is a shared Benzar Sahid income support program, which provides monthly stipends to widows, orphans, and disabled individuals, offering financial support seeking to alleviate poverty. And despite the presence of these laws, though not exhaustive, and perhaps not as adequate as expected, Pakistan still has one of the lowest rates of female labor force participation, with only 22% of women participating in the labor force, where the South Asian average is 24%, the East Asia Pacific average is 59%. In Pakistan, women are 10 times more involved in unpaid care work than men, and literacy rate has gone down by almost 4 percentage points in 2023 because the lowest allocation to education was offered in June 2023 at 1.7% of GDP. Public sector development program for the health sector in 2023 was only 2.8% of the total development budget, and out of school children remain, or rather out of school youth remain rampant with 32%, where 37% are girls and 27% are boys. And child labor remains a significant concern despite the presence of several laws prohibiting child labor. Also, realities on healthcare. Due to a huge foreign debt loan that Pakistan is still paying, there is insufficient funding available for proper medical equipment. Um, uh, Pakistan spends about 38 US dollars per capita on healthcare, which is much lower than its other neighboring countries as compared to India, the Philippines, and Ghana, which spends 57, 165, and 85 USD per capita on healthcare, respectively. And machineries in hospitals are inadequate, they are outdated, worsening the healthcare industry's lack of access to advanced equipment. And proper health insurance is not widely accessible because of the lack of available resources, or the lack of political will to spend resources on healthcare. So that is those are the realities in Nepal, in Pakistan, and I move on to the realities in Nepal. Again, this is only a small part of the report. The reports are more exhaustive, but I hope it gives you some idea. Some policies and legislation on unpaid care work and workers in Nepal. The Constitution of Nepal recognizes and prescribes the evaluation of care work's contribution. However, it has not been operationalized. And again, this is where the law is one thing and implementation is another. The National Gender Equality Policy 2021 lays emphasis on reducing women's care work through equal distribution of work among men and women, and promoting technology to perform household chores. But again, the implementation is another thing. There's also the Act Relating to Children 2018 that states that the responsibility of childcare, maintenance, and overall development is to be equally shared by the father and the mother. And there's paid domestic work, and of course paid domestic work, which has become rampant as social and economic factors changed in Nepal, ensures that there's no discrimination in remuneration for equal work on the basis of gender. And by the way, before I continue, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of Sudhir, who wrote this report. And so, if there are any questions, or if there are any feedback that you would like to discuss, Sudhir is here, and perhaps he would be more than happy to discuss more later if there is time. Um, so here are some more laws and provisions on which can touch on, or which touch on, the care economy and care work. In Nepal, there's the Labor Act of 2017, which ensures 14 weeks of maternity leave for women, where 60 days are paid, 38 days are unpaid. However, the Right to Safe Motherhood and Reproductive Health Act ensures that the entire 14 weeks of maternity leave should be fully paid. but again, like most social security systems and funds, this kind of or the Right to Safe Motherhood and Reproductive Health Act, if I'm not mistaken, so here please correct me, this kind the 14 weeks of maternity leave that can be paid is for women enrolled in the Social Security Fund, and these are more or less women working in the formal sector. It allows for unpaid maternity leave for up to 1 year upon the recommendation of an expert doctor. And an employee whose wife is delivering a baby is entitled to obstetric care leave with remuneration for 15 days before or after delivering the baby. And there are also labor rules that ensure that women with children below 3 years of age can be provided an extra half hour of rest considered in their regular working hours, and which ensures that facilities should be made, such as childcare facilities, if a company has about 50 or more male workers. But again, this is more or less more accessible for workers in the informal economy. For senior citizens, um, uh, um, they have the Senior Citizen Act of 2006, where which ensures that family members, so these are people providing care who manage movable and immovable assets of senior citizens, can retain those assets and provide maintenance and care to the senior family member. Um, Senior citizens are provided with an elderly allowance of 30.20 or about 31 US dollars per month. In addition, to the elderly allowance, the government provides reservations and concessions to the senior citizens for for providing public services. More laws on the care economy or care work. The act relating to children puts the obligation to the state on the state to provide basic needs of children, including maintenance, protection, health, and education. There is a monthly child grant or nutrition allowance, so the nutrition of child of about $4 per $4 for children born into Dalit families. And of course, it ensures that the state should offer a minimum of 1 year of early childhood development education, free and compulsory for up to basic level, grade 1 to grade 8, and free education up to the secondary level. And there are also provisions or an act relating to rights of persons with disabilities, which ensures that all persons with disabilities are provided with a home. It explicitly prohibits the expulsion or neglect of the differently abled person from their homes or families. The government at all levels is obligated to ensure opportunities, social inclusions, and social security for differently abled persons. And so there are also tax exemptions, grants, concessional loans for differently abled persons, and they should be entitled to free education and health services, including essential therapies like speech therapy and occupational therapy. However, despite the presence of such laws that should support care workers and those in need of care, the realities in Nepal is that only 26.3 of the 2 million working age women in Nepal are part of the labor force, despite the presence of maternity benefits and maternity leaves. Um, and of course, like in most countries, there's a lack of scientific estimate regarding women's involvement on unpaid care work. The Paid Care Work Center, which includes domestic work and other forms of paid care work, predominantly composed of women. It is largely informal, with women often working in multiple places. This is also a reality in the Philippines, where informal women working in the informal economy take on several jobs, such as cooks, domestic workers, laundry women, um, uh, taking on as many jobs that is possible for them to take in several capacities with varied time commitments with multiple employers. However, they are not bound by a written contract due to the informality of their work and are limited to verbal agreement. Incorporating informal workers into Social Security has been a big challenge. Like in Nepal, like in Pakistan, like in the Philippines. And this is the reality because the contribution based Social Security Act has been difficult to implement as informal workers do not always have regular income. And more often than not, the income is not always sufficient to provide for the needs of the worker and their families. The targeted child programs that were shared earlier presently extend to include all Dalit children. As a result, non-Dalit impoverished children are currently excluded. And the child grant only represents a marginal contribution to household incomes. The grant facilitates improvement in dietary consumption, but the amount, which is $4, and I was going to mention it earlier, is too low to have a strong impact on beneficiary households. Um, Again, and this is the reality for a lot of the cash grants and a lot of the handouts that are given to those in need of care and those who provide care, because they are usually too low and not sufficient to provide any strong impact on the household economy. And so that's it from my end. Please let me know if any of you have questions. We will be happy to answer them. Our colleague Sudhir is here to help discuss as well the realities of the reports that we have discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maggie. Yes, we expect to have some space for at least some exchange, but let's continue with our next panelist. Solamente un dato.
Just a comment on Maggie's presentation. Let me restart. In the region, many countries have referred to the peculiarities of the care sector. They say that it's a special sector that requires special conditions, but this is not necessarily seen in positive special conditions. For example, in Honduras and Guatemala, this special nature results in a removal of the fundamental rights of workers for care workers. Just for being a domestic worker, and because of the requirements of care work, it is no longer a requirement for an employer of a domestic worker to grant the regular average rest hours. He's not required to have rest in holidays or overtime payment. There is a law that specifically provides for this in these two countries. So it is good to see that care work needs a different scheme, but in practice, these special characteristics of the work actually result in us going backwards. Another comment, in this sector, let's see, the formal traditional division between health education and care work, these are the areas with the highest level of informality. In the care work sector, it's up to 80%. And there you leave out the sector that subsidizes this, which is the employed work. And the next panelist has made me aware of what it means actually, what this represents in our studies, in our analysis. So it is a pleasure for me to give the floor to Denise Vélez. She belongs to Equidad Género, an organization that conducted a study in Mexico. She's a researcher on policies and budget for equality and sustainable development. Equidad is a feminist organization of the civil society based in Mexico, and Denise has worked on several research projects on the domestic work agendas and unpaid work. Also, taxation and the green agenda. She coordinates a regional project promoting comprehensive economic justice actions for historically marginalized groups in the structural crisis we've seen in the region. Denise, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Clelia, thank you for this invitation to speak in this panel. I will be very brief because I guess we are all a bit tired by now. And the case of Mexico is not different from what my colleagues have already presented. In this study, with Alma, Colina, and Isabel Aguada, my colleagues, they conducted a review of the regulations, and I worked mostly on the taxation component. So I'd like to start my presentation after having heard to what you said yesterday in the discussions. I'm sure they will continue later on. Is this notion that we start from a feminist theoretical and political framework or basis, and this leads us to understanding economy from a different viewpoint. And that is how this study was carried out. Secondly, we already know, because of the technical evidence available, we know that the fiscal policy has both implicit and explicit gender biases. But behind this, or underlying this technical evidence, there is a political acknowledgement of importance, which is the issue of debate of essence, of substance, which is that these multiple crises, the climate crisis, the world collapse at large, the demographic changes, the healthcare crisis, the economic, the monetary crisis, all these crises, and any lack of public funds to finance policies in our states are always paid with unpaid women domestic work, with more time and more intense work. All these lacks of resources, the illicit financial flows, represent monetary losses that have to be paid at the end, and they are paid with this work. Because for us to be here, and I always say this, for us to be here holding this debate, we do need that care, because that care enables our existence, not only now, but throughout our lives. That is why oftentimes we take it for granted. We believe that there is no need to recognize this contribution in economic terms and beyond the economic for the people's welfare and for the world. Having said this, we based our study in this understanding that it goes beyond the economic and the monetary aspect, and with unpaid work at the center. That is why we thought it would be relevant to start with a definition of care policy adapted to our Mexican context and also to our feminist viewpoint. Because as my colleagues have very well said, we think of the care sector as a paid sector, which is the case in education and health and social protection and household work, or the paid remunerated, or sorry, the paid domestic workers, which are classified in labor. There is a segmentation, there is a hierarchy granted to these jobs with little social benefits, with very low wages, and basically unprotected, very precarious. So, also acknowledging the weight that the unpaid work has, as Clelia said, the number of hours we devote to this in the region. Everybody knows that women devote 3 times more than other sectors to unpaid work. And something else that is important in order to highlight this gender inequality is the following. There was a study on different countries held for 15 years which showed that men's involvement in unpaid domestic work in 15 years increased only by 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, you cannot even wash the dishes. You can't do much. And that says that there is a gender division of work, that women are responsible for this, that there is a responsibility that is shared, and that it should be addressed from fiscal policy, because their responsibility for providing this unpaid domestic work has to be redistributed, divided differently in society, because now it is unfair. So we need the state to get more involved through public policies. As I said, how are we going to define them? What are we going to consider that contributes positively to the agenda and what does not? What we did in Mexico was to consider all those policies that reduce the unremunerated care and domestic work, and work on a restricted definition and on a broad definition, including other sectors of paid work and other social protection policies. What we wanted to do was to highlight those that do aim at redistributing work in society. Now let me give you some context on the taxation structure in Mexico and in general taxes. Probably most of you are already aware that tax collection in my country is below the regional average, being the lowest of the OECD countries, amounting to 16.7% of the GDP. What does this mean? That many people working on this agenda say that Mexico is a fiscal anomaly because it is a medium-high income collecting very little. Preparing this presentation, I wondered, the fiscal anomaly would rather be that the country would use these resources for fiscal policies, for a better redistribution and ensuring human rights, guaranteeing human rights, but that does not happen. And social spending is very low with respect to the GDP, only 10.9%. And in Equidad, an organization with over 20 years of work on public assumptions for equality, was pioneered the analysis and the understanding of problems of public assumptions with a gender perspective in Mexico. We made this calculation that approximately 0.45% of the budget is used for equality, representing 0.01% of the GDP. And this is a figure that has been increasing in recent years. But as Maggie said, this does not necessarily represent and practice a better implementation. It is not that more public funds are always better public funds. That's why follow-up and monitoring is required with very clear criteria to understand what is equality policy, what is care policy. And again, that is why for us it was a clear must to have a definition of what a care policy is. So, as I was saying, in this restricted version of care policy, including things such as creches that could be contributory or non-contributory, it was estimated that in 2020 they amounted to 0.40% of the spending, 0.23% out of which came from contributory policies and 0.16% from non-contributory policies. That was for 2020. In monetary terms, this amounted to $1.129 billion. So what we did for comparison purposes was to compare the total number of collection reports on the collection revenues. And for this year, it was $1.2 billion. This means that the Mexican state allocated more funds because of collection reports than the funds allocated to the restricted version of care work that actually aim at reducing the number of hours of women. I'm out of time, right? Well, in general terms, I wanted to make another general comment because a lot is said about extractive industries being industries that make no contribution to life sustainability, our well-being, that just the opposite, they drain life out. And the mining sector in Mexico in 2023 enjoyed fiscal benefits in taxes of $35.23 million. And that is after withholding 7.5%. Even so, this year, the sector was reimbursed 6.73 million for goods and services production and 198.07 million for the VAT. When this extractive industry is also one of the responsible parties, again, in this sector, you find one of the wealthiest men in Mexico in charge of the company responsible for the toxic spill in the rivers of Sonora and Bacanochi, with an impact of $1.5 billion. And you see, this company is being reimbursed taxes. Nevertheless, it hasn't repaired the damage it caused. In the Fiscal Monitor study, we are exploring the possibilities of combining agendas such as care and environmental, in addition to climate agenda, and in addition to a fixed flat rate, a green tax. Why? Because we've seen in the information of the study, Mexico is a federal country, and these challenges are not all of them national, but some are local. There is a regional fiscal competence for the taxes levied on property, and that requires that the local structures should have better competencies. And they have found mechanisms, people have found mechanisms to avoid payment and to avoid repairing the damages caused. There is a lot of information in the study. We hope we'll have chances to share it in the future. And now I close and here, happy to hear your comments and the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Denise.
Thank you, Denise, for sticking to the time allotted to your intervention. Let me just make two comments. First, in Brazil, a study led by Latindadd was conducted. It had to do with forest wood-related activities. There was a significant impact on the livelihoods of the local communities. And this was just a case study for one mining company. And as a result, the mining company was granted continuing licenses, but also tax benefits for up to 85% of the taxes that it should pay, not just for extraction, but also this benefit was transferred to the rest of the chain that was owned by one single owner. So I could say much more, but well, let me continue. I would like to raise a couple of questions here, not only for the commentators, but also for the panelists, the authors of these reports. One of the questions is the following. We already know what the problem is. We know where the problem is located, its characteristics. We know what is going on. Perhaps we don't have all the details, but we have some good idea of that. But I have the feeling that there is a big gap between knowing where the problem is and the solutions that we can provide. So what kind of mobilization alternatives we know that could help us change this reality? What steps could we take? Steps that perhaps we haven't taken so far. And how can we make sure that this is not just a discussion among women thinking about solutions for women? How can we make sure that this is not just a discussion involving the civil society as a movement, but how can we make sure that this is a shared responsibility? Because all of us need care, and we need to build more inclusive, fairer realities for all of us, with opportunities for all. So this is what we need to, even if we are trying to be utopic and think about alternatives. So my first question, what are the specific actions that we can take, and how can we expand this discussion so that it will not be just a conversation among those of us who are doing research into this area or who are working on mobilizing the civil society around this, but how can we make sure that this will be a demand for everyone? Because care means work. So that is why this is done by those who can't make decisions, because it requires time, effort, and as Dennis said, we need to give up something. So those are my questions. I would like to invite Luisa now. I got carried away, sorry. Luisa Nassif. She is assistant professor at the Institute of Economy at Unicamp, and she leads the research work at the Macroeconomic Inequity Center. She has a PhD degree in economics from the U.S. School for Social Research, and she's an associate researcher for the Gender Equality and Economy program and the Economics Institute, where she has also taught in programs relating to public policy and economic theory.
Alô, gracias.
Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to take part in this session, and congratulations on the huge effort here. Let me begin just by going back to what Sarah said about India at the end of her presentation. She spoke about the problems, she spoke about the lack of data, the problems with social cultural norms, the lack of coordination of public policies among public institutions. She talked about invisibility of the intersectionality and the macro difficulties for financing.
Los problemas de India, en verdad que está hablando de los problemas que
I think that when she gave her summary about India, she actually reflected all the problems that we all face. So I will try to speak about my understanding of the provision of care so that we can understand what kind of structural problems we are referring to when we talk about care work, the role of civil society initiatives like this one that we are presenting today, and the role of the state to see how we can extend this initiative, what else we can do, and how we can contribute to enhancing this tool. So the provision of care is something that was mentioned yesterday, and it is part of a social pact, a social agreement that is expressed in laws and taxation, customs, norms, and this has been reflected in the reports that have been presented here. We need to give visibility to this structure in each country because I think that that clearly shows the problems associated with care at the institutional level. But we also see racism, patriarchy and colonialism as the sources of this problem. So today we try to provide solutions based on oppression, expressing racism, patriarchy, and colonialism. We see discriminatory and oppressive attitudes in the care economy. For instance, we have unpaid work, care work done by women, casualization, women who are migrants in different countries around the world doing this kind of unpaid work. I took some notes. Since I don't speak Spanish, I speak a combination of Portuguese and Spanish. Well, it's not so easy for me. So against this backdrop of oppression, we need to understand the role of the state and the role of civil society in providing solutions to the care crisis in order to break out with this oppressive structure. Provision of care should not be relying on the oppression of women, particularly migrant women. So feminist strategies have been used in multiple cases to provide some answers. So I think that the work that is being done has to do with making this work visible, but also making the underlying structures visible, those that are beneath the provision of care, the structures that make it possible for these oppressive behaviors to continue. Yesterday we talked about the 5 R's of care. And so the first strategy is to make visible, to recognize. By recognizing, we can redistribute, reduce, represent, and redress. So I think that it is about recognizing in order to reduce and redistribute. And the state has a role that is difficult to understand here because when we talk about the role of the state, we need to consider also the advancement of the far right. We cannot just rely on the state. The state is not ours. In many countries, women are victims of the state. So we can't count on the state to provide care in a way that is going to change things. And then there is another dimension of care that has to do with cultural norms. The state has difficulties to change those norms. So if we want to change norms, well, you may have laws, you may provide education, but there are other things that get more complicated that are not directly related to care policies. If the state invests in childcare facilities and if paid work hours remain the same, then perhaps women are not going to change the situation. If women are going to have to stop doing these chores, then they need help. That would mean an indirect reduction of men's times. So this is something that we observe in some care-related public policies. So we need to be careful when we demand the state to take care of the provision of care. So now let's talk about the tool that you are launching today here. I think that there are several important aspects to mention here. The ultimate goal is to promote a discussion on care, the care economy. Here there is this political intention of trying to give visibility to the oppression in the care economy. So here you are working in different countries. It would be interesting to have a comparison between and among the countries. Perhaps you can structure some comparison, have some indicators by country that could be useful. Then it would also be good to have some frequent updates on this information, and also to fulfill the expectations of policy makers and researchers. These reports should be comprehensive in that regard. I think that we can talk about community care. This is related to the role of the state. If we consider that the state is the one that has to provide a solution to the care crisis, that is different from thinking about the role of state changing the status quo. So we need to strengthen some other stakeholders that may be more revolutionary. I think that the community needs to go through a revolution. So perhaps we can map policies aimed at strengthening and community work and making it visible. So perhaps this is something that we need to add to some of the countries' reports. I haven't read all of them, but this is what I can think of. You also talked about the cultural norms. Perhaps we can have gender education at school, things that may have a medium to long-term impact and help change the understanding from a gender perspective. And I also believe that it would be useful to know more about the distribution of care work. I know that not all countries have data about times devoted to these activities, but perhaps to give visibility to that. And also how profits or benefits are shared. We were talking about tax spending. In the case of Brazil, we have a significant amount of spending in healthcare, but we also have more um, possibilities to deduct taxes from that. So we need to consider who are the beneficiaries of care in the respective countries. So perhaps we could have some mapping. It would be interesting to do a mapping exercise. And I think that it would also be important to look at the potential for this tool for not just looking at care work from the point of view of the government and those who formulate public policy, but actually those who provide care. I think here we need some social mobilization. This has to be visible for people who are oppressed. so that we can better understand the level of oppression. I don't know if you know the wages for housewives movement. This is from Italy. They were not just claiming a payment but they just wanted to make everybody understand the kind of work they were doing. So that is a more revolutionary approach. And there is a researcher, Gisele, in Rio de Janeiro at an NGO that works on state violence. And you may have a look at the state budget and see how much of that budget is being allocated to public security and how much people are contributing to this. So they look at, in this NGO, they look at the budget and they look at the movements against state violence. Once they were talking to a mother who lost her child um, as a result of state violence, and she said, "We are paying to be killed." So that was quite impactful. So perhaps this tool can also be used to present the data to individuals, to lay people. Let me see if I can understand my own handwriting here. So, well, it was basically this overall to think who is working with with care-related public policies, and try to limit the role of the state. To understand that we need to go beyond that. Having children in childcare facilities is not necessarily better than having them at home. What we need is revolutionary social change. We need to organize our lives in a completely different manner. I don't know how this could be applied to this piece of work, but I think that we need to be aware of that. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Luisa. And well, I agree, these are the challenges that we are witnessing. And as you very well said, at the core of the process, there is a cultural transformation. I remember that in Ecuador, because of a different process related to care financing, and with the traditional calculation methods for the contribution of the satellite account of care, on which there are no up-to-date data, and we had a survey over 10 years ago. But with all the estimates done, with the available proxies, the value given to the hour of work of unpaid care is less than half of what would be paid for based salary. If you take all the unpaid work and it's compared with the wages paid following the traditional methodology, the value, the price per hour is less than the price paid by the minimum wages. So you can see what it represents. And as you very well said, culturally, something that cut across all countries. Who here are parents among those? Many of us do not have children. And who of you would be willing to see that the maternity or paternity leave, that time when the baby is born, is a period of rest? Do you agree it is rest period? Come on. The law says It is called, it is designated as a rest period. Resting from what? I'm not a mother myself, but whatever happens during this period is anything but rest. And that's a way to make what happens with care invisible. And again, the differences, for example, between maternity and paternity leaves are so different in average. And again, please do not take me as verbatim, but it's about 120 days for women and 2 to 5 days for men. And this means that, again, the state, referring to what you said, where's the line that the state can cross? Again, the state is reinforcing this pattern that women are responsible for care. And there are so many things to say about this, but I'm going to give the floor now. Just a sec. We're going to give the floor to María Dolores Almeida. She's an economist from the National University of Tucumán. She has a master's degree in economics with emphasis in local decentralization and development, with a diploma degree in gender equality, experience in public finance, fiscal decentralization, fiscal financing, gender-based policies, and many other things, as she was telling to me this morning. So again, we are honored to have you here, María Dolores. Thank you very much. I am going to provide a rather different viewpoint on the financing. And I'm going to speak from my experience, having been myself a government official. I was Vice Minister of Finance. I was in that position. So when you ask what can we do for this to be not just a discourse of civil society, how do you do, what do you should do to get to the authorities? Well, I would try to give an answer from the other side of life. I think I can make a contribution here. So to start, I think that what you're doing is very significant because you are making the advances visible in legislation, in care, and these advances have to be recognized. A lot has been made in the care in the recipient part for men and women who work informally. However, I believe that it is necessary to show where the gaps are. Okay with the advances, but there's still to be done. And this is precisely where we should be discussing care of someone who needs, and also of those who are outside the formal work system, which is unfortunately the majority in our region. The majority are working informally. And after the pandemic, this has become even more significant. They eventually resulted in us having no social protection. So I think it is necessary, as you were said, there have been some progress with statistics of unpaid work, what it means on satellite accounts that have not been updated. Many countries have conducted just one study, and that's all. I think we have to work more so that there's more information. And now I'm going to work on a fiscal approach. And I will say, when you go to a finance minister, first of all, it's not that they are against the gender issue or that they oppose the care issue. The first thing they say after you explain the problem, the first question is, how much is it? What's the cost of this? That's the first question, because the finance minister wants to know what the cost will be, how much do I have, and where's the gap? What does this mean? It means that all these care policies at least have to be cost-based, at least in general, of what it means, so that they could be included in the midterm fiscal scenarios. Make this visible, seen at least as a tax risk. What happens if at any point in time we should take an increase or implement an increase in a care expense? What happens if we do not make the formal sector stronger with the funding you provide through contributory social security benefits? What will happen to our accounts? That's when the finance minister will feel the heat. How much it is? What's the cost? How much am I financing? And where's the gap? How can I close this gap? We have to go through revenues. In previous presentations, mentions have been made of the progress made, for example, on tax spending directed towards care. Several countries have exemptions, for example, for childcare centers, which is very, very important. I would not neglect it, because this means that women are entitled, are enabled to work, to get into the labor markets when they leave their children under someone's care and they can go to work. Otherwise, they are part of the inactive portion of the population. And that's what happened during the pandemic. And again, with the elderly care, this is something that has to be considered on the other side, as well as the differently abled people. That part of the care is not seen. So we have to move forward on the impact, on the analysis of the impact of tax spending for these fundamental rights. I am now working on climate change, and we're studying what the tax spending impact could be, either negative or positive. I think it is also necessary to conduct a similar analysis to what we're doing with tax spending and the impact on the various women's rights, including care as well. And this will give an opportunity to have a tax spending optimized or streamlined, because what the authorities do not want is to have new tax spenders, because that will erode their tax base, and that will represent a reduction of their fiscal spaces. So we have to assess that tax spending. The region has worked on the evaluation of implicit and explicit biased risks. But if we say that this tax spending in the region represents 6 points of the GDP, there is room to improve for the positive impact area and to reduce those tax expenses that have actually become regressive because they are for the benefit of the wealthiest, or enable tax avoidance. That's where I think we could start our work. Now, with regard to the spending, we should be talking about contributory social security. And that has recently been considered as a risk, because we have age gaps. People are aging, the population are aging with various diseases that get worse or that are gender differentiated. So we have to rethink the funding systems of contributory social protection, talking about universal coverage, how we increase the number of people who contribute through new forms of labor, because in our social security systems, they are based on labor system 60 years old, considering that you started a job and you retire from the same job. Now, the youth go for different forms of work. And we have to consider that so that these people can be covered by the contributory pension. We have to think of the non-contributory coverage as well. And here, especially, see that even though we are hoping with monetary transfers, cash transfers for the poor sectors of the population, we have to be careful that these conditionalities of the transfers should not, in the end, strengthen or deepening the role of women in care economy. Because typically here you say, I'm going to give you this money, but it's for the woman, but she has to prove that she has taken the child to school, to healthcare, and this is actually a strengthening of the role. It is also necessary, as I said, to optimize the spending in health and education. The pandemic was a big lesson showing what is happening, moving towards result-based budgets. It's not just a matter of saying we have to increase the healthcare and education budget, but show how we are performing in indicators, how many children are being actually covered. So it is necessary to do something there. And finally, and with that I will conclude, we should start also working on financing. How? With theme bonds. We are now seeing the green bonds, the gender bonds, how we can increase financing. This way, the finance minister will be able to see not just how to increase the spending, but how to provide benefits for the state in a beneficial manner with low interest rates to get funding for the care policy requirements. In this way, I believe we'll be able to make a contribution to care funding as a comprehensive right.
Muchísimas gracias, María Dolores.
Thank you, Maria Dolores. You reminded me of a couple of points that we discussed earlier. All the process that has to take place for a woman to have access to a pension benefit. Many women do not work actively in the labor market. They have a lower participation than men, and there is more informal work among women. And then we have the continuity rate, so to speak. So we go into the labor market when we can, we come out of it, then we go back, and that happens throughout our entire life. Luckily for us, on average 10% in Latin America, but I think that the differences may be higher. So I don't know whether we have any questions from the audience, any comments or any questions about the process. Anyway, as I said earlier, we are going to distribute this information and we will certainly have some opportunity for feedback. And we will continue fine-tuning on this tool because this process will last for a while. Only one question, Isabel? Mati? And Libby, I think? Yes? Okay. Isabel, Mati, and Libby have asked for the floor. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for all your presentations. I think that this is a fundamental initiative. I'm referring to the fiscal monitor. Let me share something because this is my field of research. It's not necessarily a question, it's rather a comment. all of us are always trying to see how we can make it not just a women's only discussion. So I just wanted to raise here some things that may be a bit strong, but that may help us understand the importance of this discussion. Little is said in society about certain things, but to me they are brutal. When we look at the typical mothers movement, mothers of children or adults with disabilities, sometimes in news shows we see terrible news or interviews. We see mothers that are left alone at home looking after their children, and if something happens to them because they are old or they are ill and they die, sometimes they die at home, and when somebody goes into the house, they find both of them dead, the mother and the child or the adult son or daughter. I don't know why this happens, and we see a lot of mothers in these atypical situations that commit suicide after killing the children because they see no other alternative. So they go to the extremes. So, and sometimes even the left doesn't attach to this issue the necessary level of urgency. This is not just a women's discussion. I should say that I was part of the feminist movement. I think that in the 1960s is where we made most of our achievements. And there was this behavior that was justified that women tried to join the labor market. But the feminist movement was denying to a certain extent maternity. But now I think that we are trying to correct this mistake because maternity still exists. Re- Reproduction still exists. We join the labor market. We don't realize that there is social reproduction that continues to exist. And this has to do with the position of conservative movements, because now they reach out to women and they say, look at what they did to you. In the past, you would stay at home, but now you have to stay at home. You are poor, you need to work. And this is a rhetoric that actually persuades a lot of women. So now I think that we need to take into account maternity and social reproduction as central themes in the feminist movement. And then when it comes to care financing, I think that we need to be cautious about some proposals relating to financing, because of course it is important to have taxes allocated to care financing, but we have to be careful because in times of crisis you may have no tax collection, and then this turns into an expense. And so we have to be careful in this connection. Sometimes mineral extraction or commodities extraction is linked to care financing, but I think that it's difficult and we have to be careful with establishing that connection. I think that we need to debunk the myths of austerity. In Brazil, for instance, with the current progressive administration, unfortunately, they are proposing putting an end to the education minimum floors to establish a ceiling for expenses. Unfortunately, we can't have good financing for care under austerity measures. So that was my comment. Thank you. Thank you. Mati? Hello. This is a question for the panel. When we talk about the care economy, the care services, perhaps could we talk about public services and what are the challenges for continuing with this analysis? Because if you have demands indicating that a certain GDP percentage should be allocated to care services, how should this be implemented? And should we have just this level of analysis, or do we have to have a wider analysis? This is a little bit of the dilemma that we see in the fiscal monitor. Is this a separate sector, a separate service, or it is part of everything? And how we can analyze what is required in terms of care? Yes, because we see that public care services do not recognize unpaid work done by women. So perhaps we need to define a public service that doesn't meet its goals, its objectives. Hello. I just wanted to add, I want to thank you all for your excellent presentations, but let me ask you, are you thinking about doing monitoring for the main corporations that are now entering the care sector? Because I know that in Latin America there is not as much progress made along this line as in Europe. But let me quickly share two studies that we conducted, one in Belgium and another one in Norway. Sometimes you have large funds, real estate funds or social infrastructure funds as they call them, and they buy the benefits for elderly homes or childcare facilities, and they buy from these real estate funds, and they establish a fixed rental agreement for some years, and then rental fees start increasing. So care providing companies have to cut on services offered to these facilities. I know that this movement is not as big in Latin America as in other places, but there is one, Urpea, that had a significant problem in Europe. Now it's coming to Chile, Argentina, and another country. I can't remember right now. But I think that it would be important to have this in mind, to think about the corporations, how this financialization model can be expanded for Latin America. Thank you so much for your comments and questions. Let me just address Livy's question, or at least partially address it. Companies are considered inside this monitoring exercise only when we have private companies offering care services and they receive some kind of benefit or some form of resource or some particular situation from the government, just because that company is providing care services. This is what we are doing as part of the monitor exercise. But now that you raise it here, I will try to find out more. And perhaps we can think about some future steps along this line. And I give the floor back to the panelists to answer Matty's question. And perhaps, I don't know whether we still have people connected online, but perhaps we could have a closing round of comments. Perhaps some concrete answers to Matty's question. He asked whether this should be considered a separate sector or is a part of something bigger. So how can we address it from a taxation and a budgetary standpoint? and just give us a couple of words to reflect what should be the action items, so to speak.
Sí, muchas gracias por sus comentarios.
Thank you all for your comments and questions. I would like to say so many things here, but well, probably this deserves a separate meeting. But in Mexico, I think that now we are looking into a public-community partnership in Mexico, where there is involvement of the state, but also we have community work there. I think that the key in answer to Matty's question is that we need to generate greater social demand for redistribution of care work. To that end, I think that we shouldn't look at this as a separate agenda. I think, or in a silo, we can't say this is the public services agenda, this is the taxation agenda, this is the care agenda. I think that we need to consider all these agendas as one. My personal opinion is that we should actually talk more about public services and which services increase or reduce the time devoted by women to unpaid care work. And this takes me back to community strategies. Community work shouldn't be precarious, should not be put only on the shoulders of women. This is what I could say and about community work. And right now, there is a heated discussion in different countries at different levels, and I think that we also need to work at the local level. As Eva said, we can't speak in general terms. Mexico is a broad, diverse country, so just talking about one single care system would not be very efficient, actually. So I think that we need to look at the particular characteristics, and demand generation at the local level could give us a lot of potential to work rather than considering demand generation at the general level. And I think that we need to translate these discussions into layman's terms with basic language so that this is accessible to everyone. In Equidad, we have used art as a means to disseminate information, plays, cartoons, podcasts to simplify the terminology, the language, to get rid of all the technical terms and try to disseminate information to women and to society as a whole. Thank you. Let me address some of the questions or points raised here. What our colleague said here about maternity, I think it was really excellent. Especially thinking about the work that we have been doing. It is true. In our generation, the feminist movement has driven several changes, and usually we try to demand changes from the state. But then we speak about redistribution of tasks inside the households, and this is something that actually is not happening. We can't solve that issue. I think that we still have to make demands to the state, but the feminist movements sometimes just talk about making demands in court when there is a case of a woman that is killed, a femicide, or gender violence. But gender violence is also economic violence, or economic violence against women is also gender violence, gender-based violence. In our societies, we see something that is happening now, and that is why we need to think in more comprehensive terms. If we don't address the issue of care, our societies will collapse. We see that in Europe already. Now they are going through a population growth wave. In Latin America, we have this kind of population growth. In Argentina, we saw a significant reduction in teenage pregnancies because of all the work done by the feminist movement. But now we have economies that are not fully developed, and we can't deal with the generational replacement. So mothers see that if they want to be mothers, they will have to take on many responsibilities. So some prefer not to become mothers. But here we do not necessarily have to choose between having a full life and be mothers. Men have a full life and they are also fathers, because if there is a problem, they just leave. They leave us alone. So as feminists, we need to make demands from the state as a funder, but also we have to change our systems, like in Argentina, that is so patriarchal. Feminization of poverty and single-parent households is the other side of the coin, something that sometimes doesn't appear on the media. We see a significant number of children and teenagers who are poor. This is an epidemic in Latin America, and in Argentina in particular. So we need to call for justice and systems that address also this issue. If men find it so easy to avoid paying alimony, and we are not even talking about taking care of 50% of household chores. We're just talking about getting separated and not even paying for alimony. Sometimes they declare themselves that they are bankrupt, that they cannot pay, and they just change their domicile, their address, and they leave. In other places, we see also the problems derived from migration. We are always talking about tax agreements for large corporations, but those tax agreements and the information exchange agreements can also be used to force men to take responsibility. I'm talking about men, but this applies to women as well. But although it is usually men who do this, they leave the country, and there is no way of forcing them to comply with their responsibilities to provide support to the families they live in their countries of origin. So there we need to look for allies. We need to also connect this with beneficial ownership issues, because that can also benefit women, because hiding, concealing your fortune or your assets is not just a loss for the government, it's also a loss for the family. If a man hides just a piece of land or a house or millions of dollars, then that is leading to impoverishment of the family. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the main path to access somebody's assets is through inheritance. But why do women not have property of their own and men actually do? Usually, net worth or fortunes are concentrated in the hands of men. So I think that feminists need to look at these issues, and we need to present our demands to the government. Of course, we cannot just challenge men who are at an advantageous in an advantageous situation. They are not going to do it voluntarily. So we need to ask states not just to take on their responsibility, but also to force men to fulfill their responsibilities, to comply with 50% of their care responsibilities. Otherwise, it will be women that will continue to give up something that is so beautiful as maternity or motherhood.
Paso es a las personas que están en línea.
I'm going to give the floor to the panelists online, if possible.
Hello. Yes.
We can hear you.
Just a quick. Sorry. Is it my turn to speak? Sorry.
No, we can. We can. Please continue. Maggie, could you go on, please?
Hello. Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you. I will be brief and just to quickly answer Matty's question. I don't know how, I can't really say we can be very practical about this issue, but I agree with other colleagues earlier who said that no, we cannot treat the care economy as a separate sector. As I mentioned earlier, care activities and care work are essential. Is an essential part of all aspects of our lives. There's no 100% practical and easy way to answer this because it is a systemic problem. It is the constant undervaluing of work that is rendered invisible, so it has to be addressed in a more comprehensive way, and it cannot be treated as a separate sector. And second, the level of analysis that we have to make, and one way that we can allow, and I'll go to Clelia's earlier question about how we can sort of how we can work towards, because we know the issue, but how do we address it? Well, I think the first thing is that we should focus on our level of analysis. And first is, although care work is largely a woman's issue because care responsibilities are largely made a woman's problem, we also have to recognize that care work is not just a feminist issue. It's also an economic issue. It's a political issue. It's a social issue. And in some cases, it's also a religious issue. And so our level of analysis has to go beyond the feminist analysis. And so if we're talking about mobilizing people to talk about the care economy, then I think that's one way we can sort of mobilize more sectors, more people to realize that it's more than just a woman's issue. It's everyone's issue, in fact. It's also an educational issue. It's also all of those issues. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maggie. We have Sanchari also online. Sanchari, are you there? No? Sanchari, could you please turn your camera on as well? Okay. Ready. We can hear you now. No?
Hi, Clelia. Is this my turn to speak?
Yes,
sorry,
please.
I missed your. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for. letting me speak in this panel. So yeah, I just wanted to comment on Mattie's question specifically, and I want to again reiterate on the fact that, I mean, financing care economy is a critical issue, and by investing in care economy at this stage, we are trying to talk about building a foundation for, I mean, towards an inclusive economic growth, right? So it's just the foundation that we are talking about. And I really want to reflect on the fact that, I mean, specifically for India, and I'm sure it's for the global south as well, it's a mix of formal and informal services. So formal services are typically government sponsored and regulated, while the informal care often familial and community based and lacks official oversight. So the main challenges here lies in quantifying and integrating those informal contributors into the overall broader economic framework. So again, I mean, to your point, how to act upon it, I would say first thing we need proper data collection in the care work sector. What is care work and who are these people involved in this care work and care economy? We I mean, this is invisible labor, right? So if we take unpaid care work in India specifically, which is carried out by women, it constitutes around 13% of India's GDP. And if we take into consideration this informal, invisible labor pool, it stands at like women's labor force participation rate stands at merely 20% in India specifically. So I said that whenever we are talking about informal and formal, we should totally look into the data collection part of it. We have some data in India in terms of the kind of time women spend in terms of paid and unpaid domestic services for the household members, and the number is stark. I mean, just to state that we have a government data, and women spend 299 minutes per day on unpaid domestic services, where men just spend 97 minutes, and this is NSSO data. And also in terms of this unpaid, this paid leave, paternity leave, men only gets 15 days of paternity leaves, while women are entitled to 26 weeks. So this is again only for government employees. We are missing out on the private or informal workers here. So yeah, also I would say other than this informal formal dichotomy, we also have to look into the care providers. For example, in India, we have Anganwadi and Asha workers who provide care and who also kind of represent a bridge between the communities and the formal healthcare system. So I think their role are very important and crucial in terms of primary healthcare services and providing care economy here. Also, one point that was missing, and I would like to add here, is the topic of domestic workers who also provides a lot of care at the household level, and policies are missing specifically for them. Labor laws and policy reforms are needed to protect and recognize these care workers. Just to state that, I think we should be more careful while we are talking about care providers. So domestic workers, it's a huge part of the informal labor force, at least in India. Yeah, these are the few points I wanted to make. Also, I wanted to just state that the care economy, in terms of care economy, reducing the unpaid care work burden also helps in increasing women's labor participation rate. I mean, there is a study that talks about that if it's estimated unpaid labor work and unpaid care work burden by providing accessible and affordable childcare can increase the labor force participation by 50%. So this is not only boosts the household income, but also contributes to the overall economic growth. So all these factors should be taken into consideration while we form policy, while we collect data. Yeah, so these are the points that I just wanted to mention very briefly. And I hope that from the insights that has been shared today, this can be a step towards a future that the care is recognized, valued, and adequately funded. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanchari. And to finalize our two commenters, also just to let you know, I will comment on this afterwards. Please go on, please.
Aló, aló. Creo que primeramente para más.
Reacting to Mattis, your question has been very difficult. Whenever a government is to introduce a care policy or plan, that is the first issue. It has to make this effort to define what care is in this context and what the priorities will be. Now, reacting to you, let me go back to another question. What is the output of this final work? I think it would be good to have a consolidated, an abridged version of this, a summary. A summary, I can't find the word. You will see a summary of all this information from many countries so that you can have something that could do a country comparison. And why not? It will be more qualitative than quantitative. All we've said today, I think, will be in there. For example, domestic workers. This has to be taken into account. I make a list of all the things I have to take into account when I talk about care, and see this as multidimensional. The progress, the lack of progress, universality being one of the factors, so the different dimensions, so that for the different countries you can have a qualitative snapshot of their status and whether policies are moving forward or backward with respect to these dimensions. And with regard to your question, just care, the definition, each country will have its own definition of care, and you have to work with it, because it is specific to each context, what matters and what does not. So you can use what they use. For example, a percentage of the GDP for a given country. Why not having a list the same for all countries? It's not clear how this will be done, but overall, whoever you can help, I think it's a very powerful project, highly interesting, with many possibilities of spin-offs that could be greatly beneficial. Thank you very much. As I said before, and I agree with you, this should be produced or developed as an extremely executive summary, considering the target audience, because you have to do lobbying in accordance with the public you want, the audience. If you want to generate demand, that will be civil society. If you want to consider who will make the decisions in public policy involving care, that's one thing. And a different one is you're going to look for financing. 3 different audiences for the purposes of communication. On the other hand, this should be seen in a comprehensive manner. Care financing as a comprehensive right and based on the right to be cared, the carer's right, and the self-care. So you have to focus it based on the right and comprehensively, which means we're not going to knock on the government's door, not just that, but also the private sector, the community, the civil society, and between governments. It's not just the central government responsibility, but joint responsibilities shared by different government levels and different sectors. And this goes back to your question, Marty. I think it is necessary to make this a visible public policy, because if it is not visible, it will get lost. It is okay to have a cross-cutting policy, but it has to be also visible. Otherwise, you will not get financing from anyone. But again, you have to work among sectors. It has to be part of all the ministry, every agency, both public and private work, so that it becomes a financing of a right. Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you to those who made the questions. Now, I will kindly ask you to go back to your seats, and we'll be closing this panel with a round of applause, and the next one will discuss the next steps.
Por suerte, yo también estoy a cargo de las...
Fortunately, I'm also in charge of moderating the next session. I'm going to ask somebody to help me with the mic. Now, we want to find some conclusions on what we discussed. For those of us who are members of the FTC or those who work as partners and allies with the FTC, to have a more clear understanding on where we are heading to in the medium term. So, let's spend a few minutes reflecting on these. I would like to pass on the mic to all of you. If FTC were Santa Claus and I were able to ask for a wish for Christmas, what that wish would be. So this is what I'm asking you to give me, not just saying if you liked it or not, but just tell me what you would like us to focus on in the next 2 years. So please give us some inputs, some contributions. It doesn't mean that we will be able to do it all, but it's always good to have an idea of what is the universe of needs or wishes of the civil society. We invite you to be brief, to tell us if you have any experience of any country that we could take as a reference, and also which are the stakeholders that could be involved, either because they have some experience with the process or because they have some specific characteristics that make them appealing to be included in this exercise. So let's start. Nati is here.
¿No? Perdón. Ya, por acá. Tranquilo. Gracias, Mati. Podemos empezar, bueno, por el lado de acá entonces, porque ya estamos con el accidente del vaso.
Let's start on my right, please. All right, well, I'm living with the best of impressions, and my Christmas wish, based on what Clelia said, would be the following. I think that we discuss a lot of aspects that are necessarily related to this, but I think that we need to focus more on the expense side, because we focus a lot on taxation and collection, but I think that we need to put forward a new way of providing legitimacy to government spending. I think that this is quite common based on my experience. And that would also require thinking about a new economy with new forms of access. So when we look at illicit financial flows, when we consider expenses and interests, we are thinking about resources that can be allocated to better areas, but we should also look and say that there is no scarcity of resources. We are being lied to. There is no scarcity in societies where we have unemployment. There is no scarcity in a society where we have underemployment. We do not have scarcity in a society where we have resource and wealth inequality and income inequality. So I think that we need to challenge that narrative that there is a scarcity. We do have resources from illicit financial flows, but we also have resources in the hands of the richest. And we need to change our way of looking at tax policy. We need to say that tax policies fund all the resources that are available in society. So I think that with the coalition and all the partners, we need to strive to change this narrative and say there is a resource here, there are resources here, but there is other way of financing these rights and care. That's my wish. Thank you, Pedro. Please remember to introduce yourself, say your name and your organization. Matty? Oh, I'm Natalie from Ines, Brazil, also from the Latindadd and the Tax Justice Network of Latin America and the Caribbean. If I could have a wish for Christmas for the coalition. Well, first, let me congratulate you on the organization of this event. I think that you address very interesting topics, and I add on to what Pedro said. I think that as a coalition, we need to be courageous and audacious and think about new ways of levying taxes. You talked about this with the care economy, but we need to be bolder also when it comes to the environment. In Latin America, a fifth of the population are descendants of indigenous peoples or African peoples. So we also need to consider the government spending. In addition to thinking about care and the climate, we need to think about redressing the effects caused to these populations. In other places, there is not so much discussion about redressing, but the spirit is there. So that would be my wish. Thank you, Nati. And Pablo? Afterwards? Okay. Who else?
Well, you got me in the middle of something, but actually, what I wanted to talk about was Eva's comment earlier on. It just triggered something. So my research is on international human rights law and tax havens, and often when you're thinking about tax havens and why they need to be, what the problems are, whose money is being hidden there, and for what reason. We're always thinking about hiding proceeds of crime. We're thinking about hiding profits so that you can deceive the taxpayer. But Eva's point was really important because tax havens are also used to hide money from families. And I think that point, in the research that I've done, I think I might have come across one or two articles written on it, but not much at all. So I think that point needs to be further emphasized, further researched upon, and written about as well. But you got me, I didn't know if that, I'm not sure what it is that you wanted me to talk about, Matty.
Yeah, precisely
But for now,
that.
that's Precisely that.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, 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 great.
Thank you very much, Asha. ¿Alguien más?
Bueno, ahora sí.
Okay, now, name and organization, please. Pablo Ferreri, international consultant. I didn't want to uh, um, not be included in the wish list for Santa Claus. I think that this conference achieved its goal, so congratulations to the organizers. But I think that we need to build a critical mass to influence public policy decision making, because at the end of the day, I agree that fiscal policy includes revenue collection but also government spending, and this is guided by political decisions. And those political decisions are embedded in a regional and international setting. So we speak about redistributing wealth, obtaining resources for public policy making, when actually that is not consistent with the public policy of some governments. So influencing public discussions to change the political will in those countries where the will does not exist is key. But also, this is applicable to countries where there is a political will to make changes for greater social justice, for a better distribution of wealth, for new public policy making. There are governments in Latin America that have these intentions. Influencing the public discussion is also important, because oftentimes public policies confront us with some resistance. It happened to me as a minister. I had to confront other stakeholders in society, because perhaps fiscal policy is the most political policy out of all public policies. It is the one that expresses, reflects all the wills and interests that sometimes are conflicting. Because when we talk about redistribution of wealth, we are seeing this from the side of those who don't have that wealth. But that means also taking away resources from those that have more and that also have lobbying capacity to influence more. So I have followed all the processes in the last 2 decades, and what the bills that go into Congress in all countries are quite different from the actual laws that get passed. But the ideas are undermined by the action of lobbying groups. So I know that this is quite a long letter that I'm writing to Santa. I think that it is important to build critical mass, generate information, studies on tax evasion, illicit financial flows, country by country reports. I think that all of these initiatives will help influence public discussion to build a greater critical mass and introduce a change that is never happening in Latin America. That is why we are still the most unequal region in the world. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this event. I also want to thank this high quality discussion that we are having. All the speakers that presented, as Pablo said, provided information that do nothing but help build this critical mass, not just on the technical side, but also those of us who work on the policy side in our countries. My wish to Santa would be the following. In addition to influencing tax policy, I think that we also need to have the involvement of the organized world of labor. Trade unions can do a lot here. If I had to make a request, I think that the population should be educated, workers should be educated on the importance of having fair taxation, having inclusive tax reforms, and promoting the elimination of abusive tax behaviors by corporations. If our peoples are not well informed and made aware, these discussions just are maintained at a high level among technical people, but the general population don't understand why they need to mobilize to make sure that our countries undergo transformations to change the regressive nature of our tax systems in the region. I think that training and education are important, but also the role of trade union organizations here can be paramount. Thank you. Thank you. I see two hands up. Sergio Alivi.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, el pedido para papá.
Thank you. My letter to Santa. Well, I think throughout these 2 days, we've seen in the presentations a number of data, of insights, of knowledge, approaches that show how financial transparency is of essence for the various ongoing agendas. For example, as we've seen yesterday, financial opacity is enabling deforestation and environmental damage in the Amazonia or in other parts of the world, or how the care crisis, as it doesn't have a financial transparency system, is resulting in the loss of huge resources that could address the care crisis. So somehow my letter to Santa would be, let's find a way, let's find those projects that will make it viable to show to other movements how important financial transparency is, being a key element for other agendas, and how you communicate that. I think we have seen some options here, but we might also consider this for other areas where we could go deeper. I don't know, for example, in Latin America, there is this highly dangerous trend towards the justification of authoritarian security policies. We could take it as Bukelism, what Bukele is doing, which is a criminalization of populations that are involved in organized crime. And they don't go against the highest people, the top brass of the organized crime. In order to solve these problems in Latin America, we need financial transparency. How do we do to counteract the Bukele-type security policies? Well, by showing that there are alternative paths, such as the fight against illegal illicit flows, and going thus against the organized crime and preventing the strengthening of this extreme right around these discourses. So there are other areas to be explored, of course, but that could be one of the paths to be taken by the coalition. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergio. Again, let me take the floor. I want to say a couple of things. First, as Nai and other people have said, I think it's important that the profit shifting is also a hiding of the workers' resources. So this is an area for advocacy work that could allow to understand better how to get to unions, etc. And then, if we find it difficult to understand the minimum presumption for illegal illicit funds, fiscal transparency, and the fiscal capabilities of countries, what can we expect of the rest of the world? I think we should work and think more on this, because I believe that fiscal havens of the global north are much better prepared to do changes in order to continue with profit shifting with the multinationals amendment, and they are doing quick changes to guarantee that the tax havens will survive and they will find the loopholes. While the tax havens of the global south are not doing that, they are not prepared, and it's not that we want to provide incentives to the tax havens of the global south, but we have to understand that the rules are changing, and we have to see or consider how we can position ourselves better. For example, demanding corporations in the tax havens of the global south to go for greater labor counterparts. So perhaps the coalition could help us to think better in the other implications of the minimum global tax on corporations for the purposes of fighting against the global illegal illicit funds. Thank you, Ili. Let me just say that the right side of the room has still work to do, because all the speakers have been from the left. We have Maria Flor and then Beli. Thank you. I'm Juan Pablo Costa from Fundación CES Argentina and from the Argentine Economic Center of Argentina. Let me start by thanks to the organizers and thanks to this opportunity you've given me to participate. It's been very interesting. Yes? And my quick comment is actually a set of reflections and later a proposal, perhaps on a biased understanding of the Argentine situation. As we've been discussing yesterday and today, what we see here is a drawback. A few days ago, a law was enacted for an amendment of the personal property tax with a significant reduction of the rate, and then other reforms for regression. Now, the interesting aspect, or rather than interesting, the remarkable aspect here is that these ideas, which are more liberal, actually libertarian, have created some consensus in one group of the society that understand that collecting taxes is bad. A few years ago in Argentina, we've been hammered with this discourse that this is one of the countries that collects the higher taxes. This is not true, but it's installed in the mindset. And this idea that tax is virtually an expropriation of the taxpayers' money because nothing is given in return, that is clearly assimilated within the society's mindset more than ever before. And as colleagues, I think Pedro said before, a way of linking taxation with spending, therefore a way of delegitimizing tax collection, could be through the development of some public policy tool that would allow taxpayers to see how much money the government is spending on each individual. This is something that we've discussed relatively complex task, but states are able to do that. For example, in Argentina, in the tax authority website, you can clearly see that the authority knows how much you've spent, how much you've earned. So an estimate could clearly be produced on how much the government is spending through subsidies, through grants, the use of public services on the individual. That could be a way of legitimizing public spending, because it is also seen as something that is negative. And they should not be just macro figures. You can say in Argentina, for example, 50% of the spending goes to pensions, 70% to social security out of the national budget. But these are macro figures. You can say that to the taxpayer, but that's not something that gets to its core. If we could go and have microeconomic figures, that could be a contribution to that. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Flor? Thank you. Thank you. Flor Lorenzo from the Tax Justice Network. Let me start by thanking the organizers, Fundación CES, Latindadd, and FTC. This space, in my view, is very important. It gives us time to reflect upon things. Listening to the other is always good for our own ideas, ideas that are brewing in our minds. So I wanted to start by acknowledging this, because I think events such as this are very important to build moments like this. On the everyday routine, we cannot find that opportunities. Then, in the coalition work, there is something that helps building this meeting space, which is how powerful the transparency idea is to build coalitions. As we've seen these 2 days, it is crystal clear that this idea could take various players coming from different places to share ideas and common guidelines, because that affects us from different angles. So working on transparency as a space to build coalitions, something that the coalition has been done for years, it's very valuable. My letter, to Santa, my request is perhaps we should be considering a grammar other than the crisis grammar. I've been working in civil society for many years, 3 years. It's been 3 years since the pandemic. Crisis, crisis, crisis. Well, this grammar paralyzes you. It's not something that drives you to action. So, and this is related to the second point of my request list. We should be considering new ways of communicating and organizing our debate that go better to the youth, reach the youth better. When I started the debate, this was because it impacted me with my country issues. I was living in Brazil. I was reading things that affected me because they were present in the political debate at the time. But given that we're not very effective at times, and as we've seen in the last panel very clearly, this idea that changes are not just of a legal nature or of institutional nature. They should also be cultural changes. Some debates should be addressed to the youth as well. And this is something that the organization is doing very well. They are bringing notions that challenge the youth and drive them to solve the problems they have through a certain policy. And we have to go the same way. Otherwise, we may work on one or other law here and there, but when we're talking about progressiveness, we're thinking about a moral notion, how society should be organized. And for that, we need to have a cultural critical mass. It shouldn't just be a technical basis, and we should go in a broader way. Thank you, Flor. We have Adrián, and after him, we have Carlos. I am Adrián Falco. I'm the coordinator of fiscal justice from Latindadd. Let me obviously start with my congratulations to the team who worked in the organization of this event, then Fundación CES and the FTC. Actually, I have no idea what I could ask from Santa because my priority list varies a lot. Anyway, I'll go back to what Pablo said, the critical mass. I think this is core, key. Information is key. Knowing more is key. This is what we're working on. Otherwise, we will not be able to demand. We cannot speak of what we do not know. The more knowledge we have on how these things work, more tools and better our creativity will be to provide answers. If we do not have that knowledge, it will be very difficult. And then the subjects of our research, of our papers, are typically sufficiently opaque so as to prevent us access from that information. So the greater collective intelligence we build around these issues, the better for society at large. Then I would ask Santa to help us have a self-criticism exercise. What happened during the progressive two waves of government? What was it that happened that we could not make sufficient progress to set up more robust structures that could not be dismantled? Because what we see in Argentina is that for several years of governments of Perón and Kirchner, several interesting policies were implemented which Macri's administration deactivated in seconds, and years of work were thrown out of the board because with just a decree or with a law, the personal property tax rate was reduced and the rich do not pay anymore. So working on leveraging state structures that would prevent governments such as this one, which are nothing more than wealth managers, to prevent them from such quick deactivations. Then, along what Flor said, what do we do to have our message be present in other spaces? We are sort of endogamic now. We are all in agreement. We speak of the same things all the time. What should we do to go out to the street and talk to the ordinary citizens, the ordinary persons? What do they think? Because in this country we have a far-right president who won with 56% of the vote. So what's going on there in between? And finally, I remember that when we started with this debate, we had a conversation at Promises of one Argentine organization. The name is Tupac Amaro. It's a grassroots organization from the Argentinian north. And we had this conversation with lots of people who had no idea at all about this fiscal justice. It was quite a challenge. When we completed our presentation, the moderator said, okay, now I understand. When you say fiscal justice, you're actually talking about social justice. Yes, that's it. That's what we're talking about. And the debate then went through the channel of the deficit of the social component. So that is a space that we can get involved on so that the rich will pay more, I pay no more less, so people who has no access to health and education can have it. So they started understanding the map of power, and this is what we should understand, the power map, to identify where we should focus our energy. Okay, this is what I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Seguimos con Carlos.
Carlos next. At the back. I'm Carlos Acuña. I want to apologize because I can't take the floor after Adrian or close this round of interventions. I have been working at the um, lower house in the House of Representatives for some years. I met Juan Pedro Jimenez and Nico through the work that I'm doing here, and we started working together to come up with some ideas to introduce into Congress. It is true that the country is going through a very difficult situation, but it's also true that it is in the worst moments when you can come up with new ideas and come back to life. So how can we expand this? I have just finished a diploma after more than 1 year of study, and in that diploma program, in addition to the thesis that we have to submit, and I'm going to refer to the Malvinas Island, the Falkland Islands, and we can include there natural resources, fishing, all the topics that were discussed here by people who are experts in those areas. But in that program, we agreed with the students that we are going to go out and take seminars to the schools so that children can have a better understanding of the Malvinas War, because primary and secondary students in Argentina can learn something about that event, but they still lack a lot of knowledge, and this will lead them to make mistakes. So we need more humanity, more humane treatment. This is something that I'm taking from this conference. I think that it is possible to have a simpler, more humane, better, more effective world. So I'm taking with me all the work to do, and hopefully, God willing, with Nico and with Jimenez, we will be able to come up with a bill to introduce in Parliament. Thank you, Carlos. Anybody else? I thought that I saw a hand, but now I can't see it anymore.
Bueno, ¿sí? Acá, por favor.
I guess that what we discussed yesterday and today with colleagues coming from all parts of the world to share their point of view gives me the impression that we have some future opportunities. We are part of a coalition that has expertise in several areas, and we should be able to advocate public policies, and those of us working in Fundación CES, and in my case, we can find some connection between natural resources and illicit financial flows. That is extremely important for us here in the Global South, because from the FTC and other organizations, we understand the notion of wealth from a financial standpoint, and we know that the origin of that wealth is found in natural resources, and this has to do with colonialism, territorial dispossession of natural resources. So I think that this is an interesting process we are engaging in a world that is shifting towards fascism, towards the far right, especially in countries that own all the resources that are sought after from different parts of the world. This was mentioned yesterday and today. So I'm very happy to have taken part in this conference, and hopefully we will pursue all these topics and we can influence the discussions in our societies, in civil society, in our groups, in NGOs. Thank you, Nico. Anybody else? All right, so if there are no further comments from the floor, now let me invite Mati Kohne and Adrian to bring this conference to a close. Personally, I would like to thank you for bringing here your enthusiasm, replying to every query, to every request that we made to you from one of the three organizers. So hopefully we will continue growing in our field of work and we will continue contributing to our well-being. Mati and Adrian, please.
No, vamos a hacerlo desde acá, así lo hacemos menos ostentoso.
We're going to stand here. It will be simpler. On a personal note, I would like to thank Latindadd, the team that was in charge of organizing this conference, Claudia Cremero, Mara Livaris, Angela Segarra, Felix from the CES Foundation, Lorena, Eva, all the colleagues that have been working so hard to put together this conference. Mati, the interpreters, yes, of course, I was going to get there. The interpreters who are always supporting us in the events that we hold in Buenos Aires and that allow us to communicate quite fluently. I'm sorry, I apologize for speaking so fast. Sometimes we tend to forget that there is somebody trying to say in another language what we are saying. Well, I'm taking many things with me from this conference. With Mati, we are taking a lot of work, a lot of homework to do in our schools or offices or companies, organizations, because this is the time to start making changes. We need to engage more with civil society, with grassroots organizations, which are actually, I personally believe, the drivers of change. The change always starts in the streets among people. So we need to make our language and our discussions clearly understood in plain language with civil society organizations, with social movements. On behalf of Latindadd, thank you for taking part in this event. As you know, this event was streamed live. So through the Latindadd and the FTC YouTube channels, you will be able to watch this event again. You can take notes. We will also provide you by email with the PowerPoint presentations that we showed here. And what is more important, well, now we have a network. Sometimes it may be an informal network. We share information, contact details, papers, reports. So hopefully this network will continue to exist. So on behalf of Latindadd, thank you so much for that. Also, I want to thank Latindadd, the CES Foundation, all the speakers in the panels, the participants, the hotel staff, the interpreters, because this event was put together in 2 months. We had some ways of getting in contact with other people, but I want to deeply thank you for being here. And actually, the methodology that we implemented in this conference was that in each panel we should contribute some next steps. here we were going to talk about financial transparency, offshore secrecy, tax havens, and this has existed for 15 years. The world where we live has a lot of crises. The We had initially the support of some governments, or some of them are still supporting us. It was the time when the G20 was created. In London, the discussion centered on the fact that tax havens were already gone, something of the past. But are tax havens really gone? No. So what we see now is that perhaps we underestimated the task that we need to undertake to close down the tax havens. And perhaps we are now coming back after the pandemic. First, we had some online discussions. Now we are coming back face to face to see how we can organize ourselves in order to step up to the challenge of shutting down tax havens, to increase taxes for large corporations and the wealthy, and how we can connect the topics of interest for us with climate change, with human rights. We are now mobilizing through all these connections these discussions. A right-based economy is also very important. So we will keep on this discussion. We will keep your contact details because we will come up with a strategy for the coming years. All of you will be contributing to that, even if you are members or participating as continental partners or allies and stakeholders. So we are going to be creative. So finally, let me make an announcement about lunch. I know that many of you are waiting for lunch. We are going to meet at 1:30 for lunch in the same restaurant where we had breakfast, the same place where we had lunch yesterday. So I wanted to thank also people who travel a long distance to be with us, Asha, Nahida, because you came a long distance to come here. And apologies to those because of red tape or visa difficulties were not able to make it in person. Unfortunately, we weren't able to help you come here in person, but we will improve on that. As Matti said, in 2 months' time, it's very difficult to be so effective to solve that kind of problem. So we'll have lunch at 1:30 in the same restaurant as yesterday. So I give you back some time to have some coffee or some conversation. Thank you.